zoo, 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 zoo. And then then they took one look at my paper and they're like, all right, go. And I'm like, okay, cool.
Perfect. We got all the tones there. All right, let's see.
All righty. Y'all need anything else at all? Questions, comments, concerns, bad jokes? Cool.
Adam.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How does it feel to be here this week?
Feels great, man. Feeling awesome and ready to put on a performance on Saturday.
Do you feel like you're in enemy territory here to a degree, or have you gotten a warm reception so far?
You know, he's Canadian, so I guess it is his country. But I've fought up here a couple of times in my amateur days, so I'm pretty familiar with the Muay Thai community around here. And I'm from the Pacific Northwest. This is the Pacific Northwest, and I've stuck around and continue to train and try to make it from where I started. And he's the one that's moved out of his hometown and into California. So I feel like I'm a little more comfortable than I guess you could say normal.
Yeah. What kind of opportunity do you look at this as, right? Because 1-on-1 in the UFC, pay-per-view, main card spot. Like, not many people in your position get a spot like this. So do you put more pressure on yourself to take advantage of this moment?
It's a great opportunity. I don't know if it comes with any more pressure just because I feel like it's the same story. It's the classic story for me, is brought in to face the hometown guy or the favorite, kind of the gatekeeper, as you could say, and so I don't feel like it's really any different. It's the same storyline. I'm here to mess that up, to steal some hype, and I'm looking forward for the opportunity because, like you said, there's not many people that are in this position. It's the third fight in the UFC, and I'm on the main card, so I couldn't ask for a better spot.
So how do you spoil the party, obviously, without giving away the game plan, but do you see a lot of opportunity with Mike's game here?
We were both finishers, so I see like major opportunity for both guys in there. But yeah, I just got to go and stick to my style of fight. Work at my pace and my space, and yeah, we'll see how it ends up. But I'm more than confident in myself, more than confident against anybody in there.
Adam over here. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Good to see you. Do you have a lot of people coming up for this fight? Because, again, you mentioned you're from the Pacific Northwest up in Portland. Did you have a lot of people coming down?
I got a few coming up, and not a tremendous amount, but, everybody's going to be back home, support me, send me positive vibes. So, yeah, we'll see who comes out from the Muay Thai community as well around here.
Mike talked about the placement of you being on the pay-per-view. You're actually the fight behind Oliveira and Dariush. What does that mean to you to be so highly placed on the card? I think, obviously they're pushing Mike a bit, but I think it's also the style matchup as well. What does that mean to you?
I mean, it's huge. This is a dream come true. This is I want to be on main cards. I want to be potentially getting in main events. I don't want to be stuck around the bottom, and I couldn't ask for a better situation, to be honest.
Are you taking a look at the betting odds? I think Mike's like a almost 2 to 3 to 1 favorite there.
I mean, Vegas, you're going to learn. You're going to learn on Saturday.
And is it a tough fighting a guy that's, there's no real trash talk or anything? Mike's been, he's a pretty polite guy, sort of living up to that Canadian moniker. Does that make it tougher to go into a fight or anything? Or do you prefer trash talk? Like, what are sort of your thoughts on Mike as just a person in promoting this fight? I don't know. There may not be any trash talk from him, but I don't know, I have this chip on my shoulder, and I can just pick out these little things, and I don't know, maybe it's a little bit toxic, but I can pick out little things and just really kind of hang on to them and use them as tackle and fuel, as you can put it, I guess. And just last one from me. Your teammate Brent Primus picked up a big win a few weeks ago. Just how much are you feeding off that? Because a lot of people are counting him out in his fight.
Oh, it's huge, helped him get ready for that, as much as I could, and it was great to see him go in there and, pull out that W, especially when everybody had him counted out, especially when, the betting lines were against him as well. So, I wanted to go in there and just continue that momentum, that he went in there with and left with, so.
Adam, right here. You had mentioned that you can kind of pick off these little things that kind of stick with you. Has Mike said anything specific that kind of has been gnawing at you? Like maybe it wasn't intentionally trash talking, but you picked up on it?
I mean, he's kind of the king of the compliment sandwich, I think, He starts you out with a little positivity, he hits you in the middle, and then he ends it with positivity, So it's something that my boss back in the day kind of was really good at. So, I just kind of took, a little bit of that and just, I remember what this feels like, and I'm just going to hang on to that and continue. I think he said something like, he does, he's really well rounded. He does a lot of good things, but I'm just better than him in every direction, in every aspect of the game. And than he finished off with. But he's definitely one of the, probably the toughest guy I fought, so it's a good compliment sandwich there.
And I know a lot of people online and stuff when this matchup was announced, they're like, oh, fight of the night possible. So from your perspective, you obviously want a clean performance. You want to go in there and dominate. So it's when people say like, oh, fight of the night, in their minds, this is going to be a close fight. Is that an insult to fighters when they say, oh, possible fight of the night? Because that means you're going to be back and forth, and I'm sure you just want a clean performance in there.
For me, no. Honestly, this does have fight of the night potential. I think it is going to be back and forth. He's a finisher in the first round. I'm a finisher in my own right. I also know what it's like to be out of that first round and second round. So, I think it is going to be back and forth. We're going to have to get through where he's most dangerous, and then we're going to get to where, I have a little bit of the upper hand, and we're going to see what his gas tank's like in the third. So, I'm thrilled when fans say it's fight of the night potential. I want them to see Adam Fugas on the card and immediately know fight of the night potential. I need to see that fight. I don't want them to, see my name on there and go, oh, this guy's going to bring the best trash talk, because I'm not good at that. So them recognizing me for my fight potential is exactly what I want.
Adam, to your left. Mike was calling out veterans before this. He was asking for a Robbie Lawler. You've had a couple of young guns, let's say now with Kinoshita and Mike. I mean, are those the type of fights that you like, or would you be looking for, a veteran, a bigger name?
I mean, those are the type of fights that I got to take at this point. Like I said, I'm kind of the gatekeeper. I'm the betting underdog, and so those are fights I feel like I got to take right now. And if anything, it just kind of, if I go in there and I do my job, it pushes me along a lot faster. So we'll get to those vets. Unfortunately, Robbie's retiring after this next one, so I won't mention his name.
The finishes that you mentioned, you've got 8 straight. I believe he has 8 straight. For your part, where does that mindset come from?
It's a little bit of the chip on the shoulder and the need to prove myself. And then just that, I don't know, that kill or be killed mentality, leaving it to the judges' hands, as we saw, last weekend. Sometimes it won't go in your favor, and that can kill you more than if you just put yourself out there to put yourself in that position to get the finish.
Thanks very much.
Hey, John Hernandez here, CBC News right over here. Hey, I'm just wondering, obviously it's going to be a packed house at Rogers Arena, full of Canadian fans, pro-Canada crowd. What's your message to those Canadian fans who will probably be rooting against you?
I don't really have a message, but anywhere I go, it kind of seems about the same. I go in getting booed, and I leave getting the applause and some respect, and that's all I can ask for. Is at the end of the day, they recognize my game and they recognize my talent, and they respect me for it.
Thanks. All from me.
We do not, and that's a big part of why I wanted to blaze the quote-unquote Oregon Trail, the Pacific Northwest Trail. Is there's a ton of great fighters out here that just don't get the push. I feel like that's unfortunate. We have to move away to some of these bigger gyms where they're just kind of meat grinders. You go in these bigger gyms with all these guys trying to make it, and you hear of these guys getting hurt. Where we don't really have that. I don't know. We don't have that path directly to, these promotions, the UFC, the bigger ones. So that's why it was very, important for me. Why I've stayed put and stayed loyal to my team and just my community.
Do you think because you don't have that push that it makes you train harder, it makes you fight that much harder?
I mean, I feel like the path is much more testing. I think we're a lot more proven. We got to go through the thick of it. My first fight, I mentioned that I essentially had to kind of give up on the dream, and essentially I had to let it go, because if I woke up, wanting that call every morning, by the time I went to bed, I was going to be disappointed and going to bed with a negative mindset. So you kind of have to let it go and just believe in what you're doing, what you're waking up and going and training for. And, that's the best advice I can give anybody is, and then And honestly, that's why I think we have a lot of talent out there, is because we have to go through the meat grinder of just waking up and training and getting our fights in and hope that somebody sees us. Thank you.
Adam, right here.
No.
To your right. Adam, I heard that your dad shared the news that you're competing on the pay-per-view card. How cool is it to share that experience with your dad now that you're right here and just a couple of days away from performing?
It was a special moment. I think I was in between training sessions, and he sent me the text. He's like, "Did you know this?" And when I came up here and fought in Vancouver as an amateur Muay Thai fighter, he was the guy that traveled with me, and he was the only guy in the crowd that really knew me. So, we've come full circle, man. We're back up here. It's time to show the world, what I can do.
Perfect. That's all for me.
Adam, over here to your right. You had mentioned that you sort of had to shelve that dream and put that idea aside of waiting on that call. As such, what did it mean to go out and get that victory in February and have that, not only get the call against Morales, but get a full camp, go out, have the performance you're capable of?
I mean, it was really special for me, especially with just all the preparation went in, all the work that my team and I put in. A lot of in my camps, I can always be the pessimistic one, and it's never enough. We got to do better. And so to have them, backing me, reinforcing me, telling me, "Hey, man, we got a great game plan. This is how this is gonna, play out." And to go in there with all the preparation that we had, and it kind of just play out the way that we were envisioning was just tremendous. So the win was, that much more special, not only because it was my first UFC win, but because of the process as well.
Awesome, thanks.
Up to your left. You did a lot of talking about your sort of amateur and Muay Thai career. In your profile, you mentioned how your left kick is probably your most dangerous weapon, and you also listed Yod-St. Clair Fairtex as a hero of yours. Is that an influence on your style from the Muay Thai great?
100%, 100%. When I was in Muay Thai, that was the man. He just watching him operate. They called him the boxing machine, or the boxing calculator or something like that, and just to watch him shut down guys' style with a left kick and a left cross and a right hand was amazing. Thanks for having me, guys. It was a great moment.
That make it tougher to go into a fight or anything, or do you
Eryk, right down here. UFC fight 16, I believe, for you. Big one up here, pay-per-view main card. Just how are you kind of feeling going into this week?
I feel great. You know, I think they picked a really good fight to open up the main card and, you know, get the party started. You know, I think me and Mark have similar styles. I think we'll both meet in the middle and, you know, let them hands ride.
Is he a guy that you figured one day you'd cross paths with in this division?
Man, he's been calling me out since before he was even in the UFC. So, you know, I think, yeah, I knew it was inevitable we'd meet each other.
Does that make it a little, I don't know, personal? Like when someone's calling you out for years on years? What do you think about that?
It doesn't matter to me. You know, I'm going to fight somebody. You know, I think it makes it more enticing for the fans to watch when, you know, somebody says, I want to fight this guy over and over and over again. So, you know, he's just going to have to remember after I beat him on Saturday that he asked for that.
He's not really far from this part of Canada, but suspect that the crowd will be behind him. What do you think the environment's going to be like on Saturday, and do you relish maybe being in hostile territory?
I really wouldn't call Canada a hostile territory, dude. I fought in Brazil. That's a hostile territory. You know, I fought in Toronto. I fought Theodoro in Toronto, and, you know, they were super friendly. I don't really remember getting booed or, you know, them telling me I was going to die. So, you know, this is, you know, it's just another fight for me.
Do you feel like you're pretty locked into middleweight now at this point, or is there still some opportunity to bounce back up again?
I mean, I get in where I fit in, but, you know, I really like middleweight. You know, I've done, you know, really try to, like, shrink my size so, like, the weight cuts aren't so hard, you know, running a lot and things like that. Now, you know, I haven't ran at all, you know, for this camp. So, and my weight's good, probably better than it has been, so. You know, I just think staying on top of my diet, like even outside of fight camp, has really helped and benefited me.
There's been a lot of ups and downs kind of for you in the UFC so far. What do you have to do to get on a consistent run, in your opinion, and kind of string together results?
Just go out there and do what I do. You know, I think my last loss was Park, but arguably won that fight. You know, just maybe be a little bit more active, a little more punch count, strike count, and whatnot. Like wrestle, finish takedowns, things like that.
Eryk, right here. I think you surprised a few people recently by saying you've only got 5 fights left and you're going to call it a career. What was the thought process behind that decision, and why 5 in particular?
Because 5 puts me at 20 UFC fights, and I think that's like a really good. Not a lot of people get that many fights in the UFC, you know. So my kids are getting older, so you know it's time for me to kind of not really transition into like a father role, because I'm like very active in their lives, but you know, going away for 2 months at a time and being gone fighting and then needing surgery, and then even when I get home, you know, I'm sitting in a cast on the couch or whatever. So you know, it's just time for me to like put more into them, and you know, I'm already 36, you know what I mean? So you know, I kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel.
You know, it is kind of a self-imposed deadline, but does this change the way you approach fights? Do you kind of go into this like with a now or never mentality?
Not really, but you know, the belt used to mean a lot to me. Having like being in the top 15 used to matter a lot, but now I just want to put on entertaining fights and you know, entertain the crowd, hear the cheers and things like that, and you know, yeah.
Last one for me. I mean, you mentioned Canada not being, you know, a hostile territory. Really, you've got some experience up here. You played with the CFL's Calgary Stampeders, right?
That's right.
Any fond memories you can share?
Man, I just, I mean, not really. You know, that's so long ago. But I really like Canada. You know, especially you know, this part of Canada is very beautiful. Never been to Vancouver, first time, and I'm just kind of like taken back by the water and the mountains and, you know, all the stuff that's going on around here.
Eryk, over here. How's it going?
What's going on, James?
No.
Hey, what's up, man? Where the NFL Blitz at?
We're playing after.
All right, cool.
Okay,
right.
yeah, we have it on video here, so you're accountable.
Last time.
Where did you train for this fight? Because I know you had your last couple camps at Fight Ready. If I'm not mistaken, you're not there anymore. Where did you do your training camp this time around?
I switched over to the lab.
Oh, okay, excellent.
So still in Phoenix. And,
right.
Yeah.
How has that been over there? There's some big bodies over there. Jared Cannonier. You know, who did you have a chance to work with this time around?
My corner, Alec Lorenz, one of my main training partners. Jared, of course, you know, top, you know, 4 or 5 in the middleweight division. So, you know, yeah, it's been good. It's been great. You know, those guys really took me in with open arms and, you know, poured a lot of time, effort, and energy into me. So I'm really appreciative for those guys.
How long has that switch been? When did you make the move over there?
Pretty much right after my last fight. You know, I kind of fell victim to some political nonsense, you know, between, I didn't even have anything to do with it. You know, I'm just kind of like a casualty of.
Yeah, no, I know the story. I
yeah.
already know what happened, but yeah, that's, yeah, at least you found a home at the lab. Is it the same sort of thing as last time where you're out there, you're away from your family, you're kind of on your own, renting an apartment, kind of like Rocky style, just with nicer weather?
Yeah, well, it's hot. You know, I don't know about nicer weather because you kind of melt every time, burn your hand on the steering wheel and the seatbelt when you get in the car. But yeah, Arizona's beautiful. I love Phoenix, and yeah, just I like the vibe of the city, and it kind of helps me get in that mode.
You're good friends with Julian Marquez. He fought Marc-Andre in his last fight. Did you speak to him at all ahead of this fight? I know you have different styles, but did you ever pick his brain about preparation?
Yeah, of course, you know, but I don't kiss and tell. So, you know, he kind of gave me some insight. And, yeah, and but to be honest, man, it's really kind of hard to, like, listen to somebody. Not really listen, but, like, I take it with a grain of salt because, you know, when you lose, you get TKO'd, it's embarrassing. So you don't want it to, like, admit to yourself like your faults and you know that person was better on that night. So I kind of take with a grain of salt.
And just last one for me. You know, you mentioned there a couple more fights left, or 5, I should say. That's actually more than a couple. You have a lot of things going on outside the cage, I know, and that's something we've talked about in our interviews. You know, how set are you sort of after this with some of the things you have established business-wise outside the UFC?
I'm good. You know, I can live comfortably right now if I want to, but man, I really love fighting. It's still a passion that burns inside me. So, you know, I kind of want to wear it out and, you know, ride off into the sunset.
Hey, Eryk, just one to your left over here. it doesn't feel like that long ago that we were talking about this dude, Eryk Anders, third fight, headlining in Brazil opposite Lyoto Machida. As we approach, 5 fights is still quite a bit, but as we approach that, when you look back on your career, what kind of stands out most fondly, or what do you take away the most?
I'm the kind of guy who showed up every time, put on entertaining fights, win, lose, or draw. You can't say that you don't like my fights, that you don't like to watch my fights. It's pretty violent, and I just want to kind of be known as that guy who showed up and showed out every time.
Thank you. Eryk, right here. What happened to your old gym, or can you not really speak on it?
I really don't want to talk about it because, like I said, it ain't got nothing to do with me, and it's just it's got caught in the crossfire there.
How many of those Chef Boyardee shirts did you sell?
About 100.
Yeah. Who designed that shirt?
I picked how I wanted it to look, and somebody else put in all the work to get it made. I just hope that Campbell or whoever makes Chef Boyardee doesn't come after me.
Did you ever get your hands on Dean Thomas?
Nah, I think he's gonna be here now, but I think he's here this week. So
you wrote
him.
You wrote on site, right?
On site. He already knows what's up. Maybe he doesn't show up. I don't know.
To your left over here. Before coming into your last fight, you talked about how at the time it was the lowest you were coming into a fight, both mentally and physically. Wondering if it gives you confidence coming into this week, assuming that you're feeling better than you did last time out.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of find a different motivation to get up every day and go fight. And the gym is kind of my happy place, if you will. So regardless of what's going on in my personal life and things like that, you kind of forget about everything when you walk through the gym and start training and do all that other stuff, because at that moment in time, that's all that matters.
Yeah, just one more. Just wanted a prediction for the main event between Nunes and Aldana.
I think that Nunes gets it done. I think that I'd have to assume that wrestling is going to be part of her game plan. Irene Aldana has got really good, crisp boxing. That's where she's most dangerous. So, I think that she wants to retain her belt. And Amanda Nunes has knockout power too, but I think that maybe she tries to get her tired early on, and then either finishes her on the ground or gives her that work on the feet. Cool. Thank you, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning, Beneil, down here. So we made it to this fight week this time with Charles. Is there, I know there's still a few days, but do you kind of sigh some relief here?
Don't start. Yes, there is definitely, no, as far as the fight happening, no, at this point, I believe the fight's going to happen for sure. I've seen Charles, I think I saw him on Monday. They're here, they're ready to go.
Have you been following his social media at all? It seems like he's already in the sauna a lot, doing the in-room sauna stuff. Do you think he's having a tough cut maybe?
Someone sent me that. See, the thing with sauna is you don't know, because some people enjoy doing the sauna. I got one in my house it was during COVID time, so it's been a while. My track of time is not good. in the beginning I was doing a lot of sauna, so I just enjoyed jumping in there, and I would, but I would do it just for fun. So maybe it's one of those things. Instead of working out, he wants the sauna instead. I don't know, but I'm just assuming he's going to make the weight.
What does your weight cut process look like over the next 48 hours or so?
Water load for today, and hoping to wake up about, somewhere around like 10 to 12 pounds over, and then just get the rest done tomorrow.
And you've done a lot of media leading up to this fight, and it seems like you've been very confident in your ability to go with Charles on the ground. Is that something like you're embracing, or is that just if it happens and the fight goes there, you'll be very confident?
I mean, I hope I'm confident in that. That's supposed to be my base. That's supposed to be where I started from. I'm a jiu-jitsu athlete. That's where I started. My coaches are some of the best in the world, and so if I don't have the confidence to go on the ground with him, then I shouldn't have confidence in anything I do.
Where do you think he's at right now? Because he obviously lost the belt last time out, and he says like he won't even watch that fight, and just like that's not even him. Do you think that's a mistake? Maybe not, recognizing his flaws and how to build off that performance?
I don't know. Everybody's different when it comes to stuff like that. I'm assuming the best Charles, the most aggressive, even defensively better than before. The way I look at it is I want to prepare for the guy at his best, and how would he be his best? And I kind of analyze what would I add to Charles's game to make him even more dangerous. So I'll add those things to his game, and I'll prepare for that kind of person.
And to you, it seems pretty clear the stakes, right? You win here, you're fighting Islam in October in Abu Dhabi. That's how you feel?
That is correct. I spoke with Hunter when we rebooked this fight, and that's what they said. I would be #1 contender.
And when you just look ahead, obviously don't want to look past Charles, but like, what do you think of Islam? What do you think you can do with him that other people haven't been able to accomplish so far?
I just think there's nothing really he does that I can't do better. I know people will disagree, but they used to say wrestling, I can't wrestle with these guys. Last fight I showed it. Now we're talking about jiu-jitsu. Next is going to be striking. It's like, I could do it all, and that's really what I want to show the world. I could do it all, and so as far as Makhachev goes, I don't see anything that he does that I can't do better.
Thank you.
Front right here. Obviously, leading into this fight, a lot of the narrative is, two high-level grapplers fighting each other. And historically, in the UFC, when you get two wrestlers or two jiu-jitsu guys, it kind of can turn into a striking matchup, maybe. So, how would you rate your striking compared to Charles?
I think this is one of the few times where I would say defensively, I'm better. Typically, that's not something I say. But I would say striking-wise, defensively, I'm better. And then offensively, I think I have just as much power. I would say he has a little bit more variation in his strikes, but that doesn't change the fact that, it's who lands. It's not about what you throw.
And I saw an interview where you said, like, if it was just a regular grappling match, you'd probably win 9 out of 10 times. That's what you believe. So what do you, when you're watching Charles's past fights, he obviously has the most submission wins in the UFC. What do you think his opponents are doing wrong in there, knowing that you know what he's looking for, but they're still kind of succumbing to it?
One, they're terrified of his grappling. I think that's the biggest one. And two, it's he's very good at offense when it comes to grappling. Like, he'll jump on your neck, he'll jump on your arm, he'll jump on the leg. But once you can get past that is where he starts to hit that wall. So I think I'm the kind of guy who would either not even allow him to get there, or I can get past it if he does jump on a neck or an arm. And so then it comes the next layer. And I think I have more layers than him. And I think that's what makes me the better grappler.
And one final one for me. When you guys were booked in Newark and then got moved here, Gilbert and Bilal, they took your spot as the co-main, and it was a 5-round fight. Was there any talks of making this a 5-round fight in a co-main event?
It was never mentioned to me. I mean, you tell me 3 rounds, I fight 3 rounds. You tell me 5 rounds, I fight 5 rounds. Fighting is like, I always tell people, those 15 minutes I have in that octagon are my freedom. Like, I have 15 minutes of freedom to do what God has given me. The talents that God has given me, I get to use them, and I get to do it freely. So 15 minutes or 25 minutes, it's all the same.
Do you feel like almost, you don't even need those extra 2 rounds because of the way Charles fights, it's either he's in there for a couple of rounds and it's either win or losing, right?
Yeah, I mean, typically it seems that way with him. If it's a 5-round fight, it never goes 5 rounds. I don't know how many decisions he's been to in general. He's not really a guy. I remember his fight with Frankie a long time ago. He went to a decision, but he's not really a guy who goes to decisions. Lately, I've been in more decisions than I would like, but at the same time, I'm fighting a higher level of competition.
You mentioned your confidence going into an Islam fight. You know, before his last fight with Alex Volkanovski, he had this sort of aura of invincibility. Do you feel that Volkanovski's performance against him sort of hurt that aura, or were you confident anyway?
I was pretty confident, but he just reaffirmed what I believed. I knew there were things I could take advantage of, similar to Volkanovski, but I think even better because, I have a little bit more jiu-jitsu than Volkanovski and wrestling as well. I just think I could do better. So, it reaffirmed what I believe, and I think when the time comes, it'll be my fight.
Would you be interested in fighting Volkanovski again if he wants to move up to 155? Should you be the champion?
Volkanovski is a pound-for-pound king, right? To say no to him wouldn't really make sense to me. I get an opportunity to fight such a great fight. The only thing is, I want to defend my belt at least against another lightweight first because I don't want the division to get held back. That if I'm the champion and I have the opportunity between Volkanovski or a contender, I go contender, and then we talk about Volkanovski.
So with that said, does it for you in your mind, not to look too far in the future here, right? But we got Gaethje and Poirier, and then potentially Chandler and Conor. Out of those two, which name out of those 4 would you like to defend your title against?
Man, like I said, Lord willing, I win this fight, and then, I don't know what tomorrow brings. And then if things go well with Makhachev and everything, I believe it's going to be Justin Gaethje. He seems a little bit hungrier, but at the same time, it's hard to say with Dustin Poirier, right? I said this before. Dustin Poirier, what makes him special is when he starts to get tired, his details improve in the small movements. So he's a very difficult guy to fight in 5 rounds. I know this fight's 5 rounds. It is an elevation, so I think that's also another advantage for Justin. I'm still leaning towards Justin, but it's a hard one. As far as who I would prefer between the BMF or Conor or Chandler, I would definitely say the BMF. I think these guys are more active. I think if Conor wins and he beats Chandler, I know the UFC will give him a title shot, but I don't know if he's really deserving of it. So I think the BMF title makes more sense.
Beneil over here. I've talked to a lot of fighters about this fight, and the common consensus is, Beneil, we need to see him get that title shot. You have so much support going into this fight from your fellow fighters. What does that mean to you? It seems like across the board, everyone just really wants to see you get that opportunity.
Having my peers just respect and show so much respect and say the things they say, it is awesome. Obviously, if you care about anybody's opinion, it should be your peers in your work, right? So that's great. It's the whole thing's been kind of strange, to be honest with you. I have fellow athletes telling me I should be fighting for the title. I have a lot of media telling me I should be fighting for the title. And then even the fans, I thought they were going to be, it was going to take me forever. Like, I'd have to defend my belt before they say, okay, this guy's good. But even the fans seem to think so. So it seems to be the trifecta. It's just the UFC hasn't seen it my way yet.
What was your reaction when Islam did end up fighting Volkanovski, and instead of you, were you annoyed? Like how did you keep your composure? Because I'm sure a lot of people in that situation would be really upset.
If it wasn't Volkanovski, if it was somebody else, I would be very upset. Because Volkanovski is a pound-for-pound king. He's defended his belt multiple times. So I understand that he has the privilege to do this if he wants. So and he did. It wasn't the best timing for me, but whatever. He wanted to do it, great. That's the fight that happened. That's kind of what helped me stay on track. Obviously, I was still frustrated because imagine I should have fought for the title, let's say March or something, or February. That would have been incredible. But again, I recognize who Volkanovski is. I recognize how the business works. I put myself in everybody's shoes. Helps me to reset, refocus, and I'm here. I'm here for Charles. This is what I'm here for.
And just last thing on that fight, did you score that fight for Islam after watching it? It was very close. Some people felt like it could have gone the other way.
So I had Makhachev winning either 48 or 49, but here's the thing. If it's 48 and then the last round could be a 10-8, you could potentially call it a draw, right? If it was a 48 card. I thought Makhachev won overall, but that last round was very interesting.
And just one more, sorry. Charles takes a lot of damage in his fights. How much do you think that will play a factor in the matchup, just with the fact that you don't get hit a ton in your matchups?
So the way, I don't want to think of it like that, because if I think of it like that, here's the thing. You think to yourself, oh, this guy breaks. And then when you're in that octagon and he's not breaking, all of a sudden you start to question yourself. Or you say, oh, this guy's taking a lot of damage. And all of a sudden you start to dish out this damage and he's not going anywhere. It starts to mess with you. The way I look at it right now, the way I look at Charles is he's young, he's hungry, he's better than he's ever been. Striking in terms of offense, defense, grappling in terms of offense, defense, he's the best he's ever been. And he wants to kill me. So it's kill or die. I either kill him or I die. That's the way I look at it. I don't think about his past fights. I don't think about what's going to happen next. I'm thinking about Charles Saturday and what I need to do to beat him.
Beneil, over here, just on your left there.
Oh,
here we go. Oh, sorry, right?
Yeah, I was like...
just touching on that, I mean, Charles does tend to take damage, and often you'll see him be on the brink of defeat, and then he rallies back. How does that factor into your game plan? Do you maybe take a step back? Walk me through that.
Well, typically when he comes back from these defeats is because people are afraid of his grappling. I am not afraid of his grappling. I recognize how good it is, and I understand that there's danger in it, but I am not afraid of his grappling. So if something in that sort of situation does take place, I go to the ground and I lose my mind basically when I say stuff like that happens. I remember the fight with Diego Ferreira. Second fight, I hurt him with a knee, and he basically pulled guard, and I can hear everybody saying like, just get up and just get up and punch him and finish the fight striking. But I thought to myself, why would I get up? I worked hard for this position. Why would I give up this position? And so I went as hard as I could for the rest of that round. And it was a decision. It wasn't the finish that I wanted, but I understand the difference. If I had been disciplined, it would have been great. But I'm not afraid of people's games. I'm not afraid of your judo. I'm not afraid of your wrestling. I'm not afraid of your jiu-jitsu or your striking. Whatever I need to do to win, I'll do that.
And the two of you are really both kind of action fighters. What are you expecting from his pace, and do you think he can match your pace?
I think he could definitely match the pace. I just don't know if he'll last, is the way I look at it. If we both come out and we keep this high pace and the fight goes the way, what most people are thinking, I think I'm more durable. So I just think I'm going to be able to outwork him eventually and just finish him like that.
That's all from me. Thanks.
Beneil, here to your left. Just going into this, 8 wins, and I believe Charles had 8 wins when he went into his first title fight with Chandler. I mean, do you look at him at all as kind of a blueprint or motivation going, hey, he went that long road, it is possible?
For me, I don't think there is a blueprint because take Charles, for example, he had one top 5 fight, and that allowed him to fight for the belt, right? He fought Tony Ferguson, and he was able to get the title shot. Well, Makhachev, he fought, I think maybe he had one top 10 fight. I'm not sure if he even had any at that time. And he ended up fighting for the belt. So my blueprint is different than everybody else's. I have top 5 wins. I have top 10 wins. I have multiple top 10 wins. And so my blueprint's different. The work I put in is different. And I don't mind that it's different. I actually appreciate it more, and I respect it. I have respect for those guys, and I just appreciate my work more.
I know you said you've been told it's for the title. Is there any doubt in the back of your mind that something crazy happens? I know you've said if it's not a title fight, we riot. Do you think that's a possibility? UFC never gives me their word. They're very honest with me. I call them, and when we speak, it's very clear. Whatever they want with me, it's very clear. We don't play games. So this is the first time they've ever said, hey, yeah, you're number 1 contender if you win this fight. So I just take it at their word. And, I'll figure out the rest afterwards. But right now,
take Charles out, and if they say something different, we'll talk about it then.
Thanks very much.
Beneil, right here. You recently said that in your last loss way back in 2018, Alexander Hernandez, that at the time you were telling yourself, my career is dead, I'm on the verge of retiring, this is going to be my one last push, and lo and behold, here we are 8 straight wins later. Is retirement at all on your mind? Not now, or is that something you've proved to yourself that you deserve to be here?
You know, the reason retirement was on my mind was because I wasn't able to train the way I should, and I wasn't able to basically be a fighter. So I thought to myself, if that's the case, maybe it's over for me. I spent a lot of time in prayer, spent time in recovery, and things, picked back up. So at this moment, I don't really have a timeline for recovery. I'm sorry, for retirement. My thing is, when the time comes, I believe God will just tell me, hey, you're done, sit out. And hopefully I'll be obedient enough to say yes.
And just one more for me. Around that same time, Charles Oliveira, I think at the end of 2017, was probably, had his worst record in the UFC. I think it was like 1-3, something in that range. And again, 2018, the start of an 11-fight win streak for him. Is there sort of an extra level of respect that you both sort of faced that kind of adversity and were able to turn things around at relatively the same trajectory?
Man, from coming in, young fighter, Charles Oliveira, and people like touting him, saying he's the next big thing. Then he goes on and has kind of like a 500 record, moves between 55 and 45, and he's just struggling to make weight sometimes. To go from that into that last run he had, there's a reason why he's a legend. That's the best way to put it. But look at him in Brazil. They idolize him, and I understand. I'm not big on idolizing anybody, but I understand why. I understand why he's so loved in Brazil and why he's so respected. And I have a ton of respect for him. I just believe this is just my weekend. That's all.
Thank you.
Beneil's still over here. First off, welcome to Vancouver. Your impressions of the city, two-part question. And at this stage in your career, the journey that you're on, how important is it for you to share it with your family? And does it help, maybe not as a distraction, but just enrich the experience no matter what city you go in?
So Vancouver, I got to tell you guys, it is beautiful here. I didn't realize how amazing this place was because, it's a short flight, 2 hours. So people have told me to come here, vacation, and bring the family. You'll love it. And I'm typically so busy. I travel for work and I just take my family. That's the vacations they get, right? But as soon as I got here, I realized I had made a mistake. I should have come here a long time ago. So far, we love it here. And as far as having my family at Fight Week, I got to tell you guys, I brought my daughter and my wife, last time to Abu Dhabi, long flight, and almost felt like every fighter there was looking at me. Not every fighter, but pretty much a lot of the fighters were looking at me like, what the heck is this guy doing, right? Like he's here for maybe to collect a paycheck and go home. But the thing is, I don't know how to explain this to you guys. Fighting was always easy. Fighting was always the first answer. Like as a kid, I had a problem. Let's fight our way out of it. It's not hard to throw me in somewhere and say go to the death for some reason. That's just the way I'm built. But now tell me to be patient while my kid's screaming. Tell me to be patient with my wife who we can't seem to communicate at times. These things are difficult. These things I have to work harder on. And to separate myself from them for 1 week, 2 weeks, I'm adding to my difficulties. It's a lot easier to just have him here with me. And when the time for the fight comes, I'm going to kill or die either way. So it's not an issue.
Lastly, as a guy who's eventually going to be fighting for a championship, your fight is just before Amanda Nunes. The level of respect that the male fighters have for what she has accomplished in her career as being one of the greatest of all time, male or female.
Yeah, we're talking about Amanda? Yeah, oh my gosh. So a lot of people have been, telling me you're the main event, you and Charles are the real main event, blah, 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 blah. And I have to make sure I pause and let them know, listen, Amanda Nunes, arguably the greatest female fighter of all time. I don't think I don't agree with what they say. Basically, I tell them I think she's there for a reason, and I agree with that decision. And I'm. It's a privilege for me to be on the same card as her and to be the co-main event of that card.
Right here. What does it do for your confidence to have Rafael Cordero in your corner, fighter who's a builder and pioneer of the Chuta box, which is the very gym your opponent's now fighting out of?
I mean, I don't really think of it like that. I just think of, man, I have Rafael Cordero as my coach, as a father figure. So that's really how I look at it. We've spent years together, and he's taught me so much. Those are the things I care about. It doesn't give me more confidence knowing that he was a former coach there. It just or founder, or part of the foundation, whatever you want to call him, a pioneer there. I just have confidence in what he's taught me. I have confidence in the work I've put in, and I have confidence that this is, God will give me this victory. That's what my confidence is.
I'm just curious. How do you think Conor McGregor will do against Michael Chandler?
So, to be honest with you, I think Chandler stylistically is a good fight for him, especially the Chandler we've seen the last couple of fights. Reckless, doesn't use a lot of wrestling, and seems to get tired, right? I would say stylistically in the top 5, that's the best fight for him. The issue now becomes, Chandler's been in the heat. He's been in the fights. He's been having these fights, and he's have tough fights, against good guys. So it's not like he's just coming off the couch. I think that's going to be the problem for Conor, is fighting someone who's been in that octagon and he hasn't been there in a while. But I think stylistically, Conor's striking is slick. Whether you like the guy or not, you have to respect his skills. He has very slick striking. His timing is definitely a little bit different than everybody else's. And I think his grappling is actually not bad either. He has good grappling. Now, can he put it all together and not get tired and find the finish on Chandler? That's the question. I'm still leaning towards Conor, but it's it like kind of wavers every now and then.
Okay, and just last one, a prediction on the main event.
Okay. Let's see. The problem is Aldana's so tough. I don't see her getting finished. So, but I do think Amanda's going to win. You know what? I'll go with Aldana. I'll just go with an Aldana. We'll go KO Aldana like 3rd round or something.
To your right, Beneil. Here. Hey, when you're studying Charles, obviously he's very erratic and his style is kind of hard to mirror. When you're looking at him, is there one area you can pinpoint where you know that you're better than him?
There's many areas. Obviously, like I mentioned before, I think the grappling, I think the wrestling specifically as well, striking as well. I know, like you said, he's got wild striking, but I think what I do in my basics, I do better than what he does in his erratic movements, like you called it. So there's many points that I see a difference in, and I think I can take advantage of.
Thank you.
guys ready? Nate, happy birthday. I heard it's your birthday today. You didn't say anything earlier.
Yeah, it's the birthday, boy.
It's great. You were just telling me before you hopped on a media day that you've been here for a couple of days. Just your thoughts on Vancouver. It seems like you're really liking it.
Man, it's beautiful here. Yeah, we know we was on the way over. It's like, oh man, Canada, it'll be all right. Then we got here, man. Hey, we could live here, man. Vancouver's nice.
Yeah, it's a good time. Training camp looked like everything went really well over there at MMA Masters. I know that's something you've been doing the last couple of fights. How did the camp wrap up and everything?
Oh man, it was perfect. These back-to-back camps, man. So it's like, you know, sometimes you come into camp a little bit not in shape. So it's like I was already in fight shape coming into this one. So we just bettered everything. I'm just a little bit better version than I was. Everything went smooth, and it's go time.
And just last one from me. You're going to be a dad soon. Is that on your mind? How much is that on your mind sort of going into this fight, knowing you're going to be providing for someone else than just yourself and your wife?
Yeah, man, just in general, man, it makes the sacrifice more. It's like my wife's flying in today, and it's like I haven't seen her in weeks, you know. It's the midway through 2023. I've been at my house probably 4 weeks out this year, and it's like I'm missing the pregnancy of my boy, and it's going to be worth it.
Hey, right here. Obviously, Dan Ige has been around for a long time. He posted like a photo of him on a train. He was like, oh, I'm going to derail the hype train and this and that. So what do you make of Dan as an opponent in there?
Yeah, you know, I see stuff like that. I'm like, man, at least have an original idea. I've never heard that one. I've never heard I'm going to derail the train. It's like, that's the oldest one. I've heard that probably like, come up with something. So it's like, it kind of is like, that's whack. But I mean, I get it. If you can't think of nothing else, it's cool to say, you might as well go to that.
And what do you make of his skill set? And obviously, he's fought some of the who's who at this division, been around for a long time.
Man, he's good. That's not, we was talking about the other day. Every day when I was going to sleep for this fight camp, I knew I was fighting one of the best in the world. But every day he goes to sleep knowing he's fighting a fucking monster.
And how has life changed for you over the past few years? Because obviously, it seems like every fight you gain more and more fans and more traction. So how's life now? Can you more people recognizing you?
Yeah, man, I get a little bit more recognition, but I try to keep myself low key, man. I don't really be on the Instagram posts and like that. I live my life. I feel like I give enough to, when I'm out here fighting, I give enough to this game to where I keep my private life, you know.
And historically in the UFC, like Max Holloway has become a big name here in Canada. He calls it the 10th island because Hawaiians always come here and this and that. So what do you think of the reception's going to be when you and Dan eventually face off and fight in there?
We're the main attraction of the evening, brother. It's the people's main event. We're gonna steal the show. I'm gonna be the one to steal the show from everybody.
Did you get your purple belt?
Oh yeah, I got my purple belt. Yeah, your boy's legitimate.
Nate over here. You know, when you talk about this matchup, there's a lot of excitement. A lot of people are saying, you know, fight of the night already. When you come into these matchups, though, does part of you go, man, I don't want another one of these wars. I want a quick night at the office?
No, I got the kind of style to where I could become whatever I need to become. I've been pretty good about being a little bit more aware of keeping the distance with kicks and punches, but I could brawl on a dime. I've been in hard punches. I've been in the fire, so if it becomes a firefight, I'm calm in that situation. I've been into some battles, man. Every fight I've ever been in is fight of the night, performance of the night. I've never had a lackluster. I'm ready for that. They say that I'm stepping up in competition, but man, and he's been around for a while. I've been around for a while. I've been fighting for a while. I've been 25 minutes with some bad men. I finished, man. I got 8 finishes on my resume from knockout, TKO. I broke men's jaws, you know what I mean? I've been able to come to the UFC and submit some people. So, I mean, at this point in my life, I just turned 35 today. I can't wait. He's got time to sit back and wait, but I can't wait.
Thanks very much.
Nate over here on your right. Down here. You talked to us yesterday about originally wanting everybody to come to Clarksville, and if I build it, they will come, and they just didn't come, and having to make that tough decision to go down to MMA Masters. What has that impact been like for you of going down there, both from leaving home, but also of getting down to that gym and working with that team?
Yeah, it just helps with the undivided attention, man. Just laser focus, and it's like you always know you're sacrificing things in this training camp, but it just makes it more just evident. You know, it's right. It's every day. It's like I miss my wife. I miss my, like just simple things like my big, nice king size bed. I don't sleep in that. It's nice, but I don't sleep in that. You know, I got a nice little shower at the house. I don't use that. I take all cold showers. I try to take away all the comforts. And if you're not willing to do that, like my whole 20s, I tried to build a camp in Clarksville. I figured, you know, you build it, they come. But it's just one of them things to where you got to do what you got to do.
Now, you were mentioning that you weren't super impressed with his trash talk. I feel like you're never shy of bigging yourself up, but we never hear you talking trash about your opponents, really. Is that something you're ever thinking about doing to try and build your brand, or is that just not you?
No, I mean, I'm not really about that trash talk. I might, you know, I'm going to talk shit to you in the cage at the least. If I'm talking shit, it's in person. It's not going to be like, I try not to be fake or force anything. It's like, we're rivals, but we're not enemies. I know in my heart, at this level, in a different life, we would be friends. We could probably be like teammates, brothers, but not in this life, not today, you know what I'm saying? Not this time.
What's one of the craziest things you've said to someone in the cage?
Probably when I was over there in Russia, man, get your bitch ass up, you know what I mean?
Yeah, just over here. Yeah, just wanted a prediction from you for the main event.
I mean, it'd be hard to go against Nunes. It's just one of those things where you just always, if you're a betting man, you'll put it on her.
One more down here on your right, Nate. You've become known now for these promos after these victories. Where did it come from that you became this dude that's cutting promos? Who do you look at? Who are the inspirations? And can we get a little sample of what we may get on Saturday night?
Man, it's just one of the things. It's like you gotta fight your ass off for them 15 little seconds. So it's like you might as well make it worth it. So it's like it's easier for me just to be myself. So when I'm myself, I'm at my best, and it's probably like a rapper freestyle. And this got to come to you, man. All good? We good? Thanks, guys.
Irene, right here. Your first title fight week. Just what's kind of the energy like now that you're here, and it's just days away now.
I'm really enjoying it. I'm really happy, and well, this is just like a normal fight week for me. I feel ready now.
You did a face-off on the waterfront with Amanda there. She has all the belts and stuff. Like, is that just a nice last reminder and bit of motivation of what you're fighting for this week?
Yeah, for sure. We have seen each other. It's the second time we face off, and yeah, it's a motivation to see the belt on her, and knowing that I'm able to win that, and now to have my own picture with that belt.
And people kind of on those face-offs have pointed to your size a lot, and when they're comparing the two, do you see that too? Or like, do you feel like you're the bigger fighter and that can play the impact in the fight?
Well, yeah, I've been always one of the biggest fighters in the division, and yeah, I feel in a good shape. Training camp was really good. I'm physical, on my best shape ever, and yeah, I feel strong. I feel nice, and I think that's going to be an advantage for me.
What do you just make of Amanda at this point in her career? Like, she had the loss to Juliana for her first one in a very long time, and she rebounded, but she's admitted that she thought about retiring after that fight. Like, do you feel like she is maybe as invested in the sport right now as you are, who's like obviously very driven to get that title?
Oh, definitely. I'm very hungry for the title. I'm very focused on that, and that's my main and only goal now in my life. And I don't know what's on her mind. Maybe, I don't know if she wants to retire or not, and we'll never know how mentally it's the other fighter going to come. But I'm expecting that her best version, and I'm thinking that she's going to, if she wants to retire, she's going to want to retire as a champion. So I'm not taking it in the easy way. I'm not seeing that. I'm expecting her best version, and that's it.
And we see it a lot in these scenarios when a fighter like yourself could beat a dominant champion like herself. She'd probably get an immediate rematch. Is it your expectation that you're going to have to not only beat her once, but probably twice in a row?
Yeah, we don't know. I'm focusing on winning this fight. I don't know about what's going to happen next. If it's the case, I'm sure we can make a rematch. But yeah, let's see what happens first in this fight.
And in the front, right here, Amanda's obviously, she's been champ pretty much her whole UFC career. I know she had the hiccup against Juliana, but she got it back in her next fight. So I'm curious, were there moments maybe when you weren't preparing, you didn't have a fight lined up, that you were mentally preparing to fight Amanda throughout your career?
Yeah, I've been watching Amanda for a long, long time. I have always have her in mind. I have always prepared for her. It's not just this training camp. I have prepared for her for a long time. And actually, especially when I won to Kathleen Vieira, I thought it was a possibility to get a call for the belt, because she was number ranked 2. She was undefeated, and by her credentials, I know that it was a possibility. So since then, I was already training for Amanda just in case.
So looking back throughout those years, how have you seen her development and growth as a fighter, or is she still kind of relatively the same fighter? She just kind of got improved all around.
Oh, we see her that she has been improving. She added the southpaw game to her tools, and well, as a fighter, if you're not improving, what are you doing here? And she has done it. She has been improving in every fight. She had a little slide down with Juliana, but she came back better. So I'm expecting her best version.
Well, speaking of that southpaw, when she did fight Juliana, she came out and kind of threw her off by switching stances. When you were watching that, what did you think when you saw her come out southpaw?
We thought that, yeah, she adapted that to her game plan, and we thought it was good. It didn't scare us. If the fight was going to come sooner or later, it didn't scare us because we always train in the gym with both guards, with southpaw and the normal guard. So, yeah, I'm prepared for that too.
And final one for me, a lot of fans and pundits they label Amanda as just the greatest combat sports, the female athlete, not just MMA, but boxing, Muay Thai, everything. So I'm curious how you view her legacy in combat sports.
My legacy? Her legacy? Oh yeah, for me she is the greatest of all time. For me she is, and that's what makes it even more great for me to being able to have this opportunity against her, to be one of the greatest. I respect her. It's an honor for me, and yeah, but as much as I respect her, for me is in this fight I'm coming with the mentality of winning, and it's not kill or die in that fight. For me it's kill or kill, and that's it. But it doesn't take off the honor that I have and the respect I have for her.
Irene, over here, right here, just kind of where you were, right there. Do you remember where you were and when you found out that you got the title shot? Do you remember that moment when you got the news?
Yeah, for sure. I was training in my gym, in Lobo Gym. I was just ending my wrestling jiu-jitsu session. I was 2 weeks from fighting Raquel Pennington. So I was ending training camp for Raquel Pennington, and we were just finishing the session and saw my phone, and I saw Mick Maynard call, and I returned the call, and he was like, okay, we gotta say this to you. Juliana is injured. She broke her ribs, and we wanted to offer you to fight Amanda in her place. And I was like, okay, so Raquel is out? Yeah, Raquel is off. Okay. Oh, great, yeah, we're in. Oh, yeah, so we need you in 2 days in New Jersey to make the press conference. So it was really crazy. So one day I was preparing to fight Raquel, and the next day I was fighting for the world title against Amanda, the greatest. And yeah, it was really crazy, but it was awesome.
How inspiring was it to see your teammate Alexa Grasso win the flyweight title?
Very inspiring. It's a great motivation for me seeing her accomplish that, and not just accomplishing, but the way she accomplished that. She shined that night. She won to another one of the greatest in of times. Valentina Shevchenko is not an easy fight, as we all know that, and how she did it and how she managed all this. And it was awesome. It was great to see that.
And someone I know who's going to be spending more time at your gym, Lupi Godinez, who's actually from here. She trains here as well. Just how impressed have you been with her run in the UFC, someone that I know has done quite well recently?
Oh, yeah, she's doing great. We are glad to have her here in the team now. She's coming soon to Mexico. And I think she made a great decision in coming with us. And she get really... get along with all the team. She's going to be representing Mexico really, really good. She already has, but I know that here is going to have much more improvements, and I know we're going to have another world title in her.
And last question for me, what do you think of Vancouver so far?
Oh, it's awesome. I love Vancouver. I never have been here before. I never knew Canada before. I'm really excited to be here. It's beautiful. I'm enjoying it.
Irene, just to your left here. You mentioned Alexa's win over Valentina, and when you think about it, Valentina and Amanda Nunes, for a long time, the faces of their divisions, the rivalry between them. When you and Alexa talk about how far the two of you have come and how now she has dethroned one of the greatest of all time and now it's your turn, what are some of the conversations the two of you have together?
When she got to Guadalajara after her fight with Valentina, she went to my home and showed me her belt, and the first thing she said was, "You're next." And I was, "No, this is your time, congratulations, and you're next." And the was great to see her like that, and yeah, we look back, we have been looking back all this time, and yeah, it has been a long journey, and it's nice that we have shared this together. We have lived this together almost in the same time, and we made our MMA debuts together, Invicta debuts together, and now we're almost in the same path for the belt together, almost in the same time.
Brandon Moreno completes his quadrilogy. Yair Rodriguez is headlining International Fight Week. When I talk to you and all of these fighters, there's just such an immense pride to be representing Mexico and to be having so much success. What is it about the Mexican culture that has you as fighters so happy to represent your country?
Me personally, it's I see someone else's success, and it gives me strength. When Brandon won, I was so excited, so motivated. I cried when Jair won. I cried too, and I was so motivated. Then Alexa also cried, and I was so motivated. And I don't know. It's something about Mexican DNA that we love combat sports. We have a great history in boxing. We have great teachers in Canelo, in Chavez, in Barrera, and those amazing fighters. I don't know. We like the fight. We love the heat of the fight. We're not going backwards. We're always going forward, and we have a lot to learn from them. And I think those fighters represent all of Mexicans' heart, not just fighters, but all Mexicans have that in their DNA, in their hearts. That we're really, really passionate about things.
Right here.
Just to build on that, what's the fan reaction been like at home to Alexa and the other champs and yourself? Are the fans in Mexico getting more behind MMA?
Oh yeah, I've been having a lot of support from Mexico, more than I thought I would have, and it's been really nice to see all the messages, all the support. My coaches tell me to leave the phone alone, but I love to see all the messages. It fulfills me really nice, and yeah, they have been supporting us very well.
So UFC Mexico 2024, we hope?
I hope so, yeah, definitely.
Last one for me. I mean, when you look at Amanda's loss to Juliana, do you read much into that? I know she said she had some things going on before that fight, and she did come back and avenge it, but do you see things from that fight that you feel you can build on?
Oh yeah, for sure. There's I study a lot of her fights. I can take some information from that fight, for her losses, from her winnings. I knew that she wasn't 100% there in that fight, and I understand that because it happened to me also. But yeah, we could take a little of every fight of her.
Sorry, when you say it happened to you also, when did it happen to you? What were the circumstances?
For the Holy Home fight, I got COVID and I got a fracture, and there are some things that happened before the fight that didn't help me, and yeah, I didn't recover well from COVID, and I got negative from COVID just 1 week before going to Holy Home fight, and yeah, it affected me. It's not an excuse. I fought the best version of Holly, and not taking away anything from her, but I know how it feels to go in there not being at your 100%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question here. In an earlier episode of Embedded this week, you talked about how you have a vision of you and Grasso getting a picture taken together, both with a belt each. I was wondering, is visualization something you've done a lot throughout your career? And do you have a vision for what's going to happen on Saturday night?
Yeah, for sure. We have a photo of both of us holding a belt from a company in Mexico, from a league, a MMA league in Mexico, where we started our careers. And yeah, I see we looked so little in that picture, so young, and I know that we're going to make the photo again, but with the UFC belts, definitely.
One more thing from the side. First off, welcome to Vancouver.
Thank you.
Aside from looking at Amanda as your opponent, can I just ask you to look at her career, her body of work, how she's been a champion, what she has meant to the female side of the MMA world? Can you just talk about that respect level as opposed to fighting her on Saturday?
Well, yeah, she has done amazing things for MMA, for women's MMA. She has accomplished everything that a fighter could accomplish ever, and she has fought the best of the best. And she has shown us that, well, she has deserved this title, and well, she has been here for a long time. She has a lot of experience. She has nothing more to prove, I think, and yeah, I have nothing but respect for her.
You talked about the Mexican fighters, be it boxers or MMA fighters. Do you feel in your country now the culture is more receptive to see women like yourself having the kind of success and being praised for it, to have that kind of a career?
Yeah.
Because it's always been male-dominated in your country, correct?
Yeah. For our culture, it's not normal to see women fighting. And it was hard at the beginning because we were questioned about why are we doing this? If you're a girl, you look so nice, where do you want to be hit? And we were defending the idea that it's not that I like to be hit, it's like this sport is part of my evolution and for all women's evolution. And it doesn't make me less of a woman to being able to fight. And it makes me stronger. It makes me, I don't know, it makes me more confident. And I love mixed martial arts give us more than just punches. It gives us a nice knowledge of how you can connect your mind and your body and how to control yourself and also the history of all the martial arts that are involved in MMA. It's very interesting. And Mexico is already getting open to the idea, and we have more support from our people. And I believe this is going to be a big potential sport in Mexico. Thank you. We good? Yeah. Thank you very much.
I don't think it will, but
Charles, how you doing, man? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Nowitzki. I'm the Senior Vice President of Athlete Health and Performance with the UFC. My role with the UFC is I oversee our anti-doping or drug testing program, which is independently administered by USADA, the United States Anti-Doping Agency. A few years back, some of you may not have seen a presentation like this, but a few years back, we started recognizing our athletes who had consistent negative tests throughout the program for a period of years. They get a t-shirt for 25 consecutive negative tests and a jacket for 50. And today's recipient, Charles Oliveira, has reached 50 negative tests. We did this because we saw that generally in anti-doping, the news that comes out is bad news. It's when somebody tests positive. If you look under our program, we've executed in excess of 25,000 individual tests. Our positive rate is less than 1%. That's the news that we want to get out. I understand that you have to cover the bad news as well, but the overwhelming news in this program is positive news. The other great thing is telling the individual stories. Charles is one of them. He went on a dominant run, became world champion, and did this 8.5, 9 years of consecutive negative tests in this program. That's a story you don't see in MMA. That's a story you don't see in professional sport. And that's exactly why we do this. Our athletes are unique, what they have to go through to compete, and compound that with this program where you're woken up early, you're tested at any time of the day, any day of the week. It truly is special when you have 8 or 9 years in the program like Charles does and are negative after negative after negative tests. So Charles, congratulations. We're really proud of you. You're a hell of a role model, not just for MMA athletes, but for all professional athletes. And my pleasure to present you with the 50-time jacket here.
Charles, você sabe que tem uma conotação muito negativa para doping. São mais de 25 mil testes feitos por esse programa. A gente reconhece 25 testes negativos. E agora, quando chega em 50, são 8 a 9 anos de testes negativos. Isso é para reconhecer, porque é muito difícil, a gente sabe que é isso, não só o programa em si, mas você. Então, o que você tem para dizer, sendo reconhecido por ser um atleta limpo? São 8 a 9 anos de trajetória, na qual você sempre teve testes negativos. Então, parabéns.
Cara, só gratidão, obrigado mesmo de coração. Isso aqui é algo muito importante. Eu vi algumas pessoas ganhando, sendo premiado, e eu esperava o meu momento, porque eu quero ser o cara mais limpo que tem lutando, um cara que faz as coisas acontecer. Então, poder chegar ao meu momento, 50 testes, né, sem ter nada de errado, isso é muito importante para mim. Obrigado de coração, de verdade, isso aqui faz parte daquilo que eu venho falando o tempo inteiro, de deixar.
And I just wanted to make sure that they understand this is not just mine. This is not just for me. It's for all this team, this family that's with me. We're so proud of actually achieving this accolade and being able to be. I want to be the cleanest guy in the field and always just proud to be a champion. So thank you so much. Thank you for the commission, for everybody.
So Charles, right here, just expand a little bit on having this honor for the 50 clean USADA test. What does it mean to you to be a clean athlete competing in MMA?
Charles, antes de mais nada, fala pra gente um pouquinho o que significa essa honra de receber esse reconhecimento por ser, e o que significa não só o teste, mas você ser um atleta limpo que você mencionou agora no mundo do MMA.
Cara, de verdade, isso é muito importante para mim, sobre aquilo que a gente vem falando o tempo inteiro, de deixar um legado, de poder fazer uma história, sabe, de ser um cara limpo, de ser um cara que as pessoas podem testar a qualquer momento que nada de errado vai acontecer. Então, pô, eu tô muito feliz de verdade. Acho que o meu sorriso falou por mim. Eu tô muito feliz de verdade de você vir fazer parte do que eu falo, de deixar um legado, de fazer uma história. Eu tô feliz demais.
Very happy, because it's something that I always talk about this in every interview. The legacy that we want to live to leave in this sport, the work that we put in, being clean all the time. I think my smile spoke for me when you saw it. I'm very happy, really, for being a clean athlete and just going forward like this.
you've been fighting in the UFC since well before this USADA program started. Do you think it is being effective in cleaning up the sport? And do you think before this came in, a lot more people were using?
Você luta no UFC há muitos anos antes já desse programa da USADA ter sido colocado em prática. Você acha que esse programa tem sido eficaz em prevenir que isso aconteça? E você acha que talvez por conta da falta desse programa no passado, muito mais atletas talvez abusavam disso antes e agora não mais?
Com certeza sim. Eu acho que agora, depois que o programa veio, com certeza as coisas vêm dando muito mais certo. Você tem que lutar 100% limpo. Você tem que lutar 100% como um atleta. Não tomando substâncias que não tem que tomar, né? A comissão chega do nada na sua casa e você tem que estar 100% limpo, 100% pronto para aquilo. Então, eu acho que nada mais justo do que isso acontecer, você ser um atleta profissional de verdade.
Of course, before most likely people were probably abusing this. This enables us to actually and forces us to be athletes, true athletes that you can test any time. That you're going to be clean at all times throughout the process. Of course, people were probably abusing in the past. But I do feel that this is right now. You have to be ready at all times. You have to be clean at all times, and the program has enabled us to do that.
Okay, and let's move on to this fight. It's your 5th time fighting in the UFC in Canada, and it hasn't gone so well in the past. When they offered you this fight here, was there any reluctance to come back and fight in Canada again?
Vamos falar da luta de sábado agora. Estou a 5ª vez no Canadá e você sabe que as últimas vezes que você veio para o Canadá, o resultado não foi o ideal. Quando você soube que a luta era no Canadá, hesitou, titubeou pela luta ser aqui?
O Diego falou para mim assim, a gente tem mais um degrau a ser subido, né? A luta vai ser no Canadá e Vancouver. Falei, ok, vamos para cima. Quando eu vim para cá era frio, as coisas já mudou, tá calor. É um novo Charles, é um novo momento, é uma nova fase. Eu estou pronto para isso. As coisas vão começar a mudar a partir de agora.
When Diego told us about the fight, he said, "Hey, I have a new challenge for you. There's a new step that you need to take on your way to the top." You know, when I came here, every single time it was cold, snowy. Things are changing. I mean, it's nice. It's warm. It's beautiful out. Things are changing. Things are different. This is a new moment. It's a new Charles, and things are going to start changing as well on the way back to Ohio.
So what is the new Charles like? Because I know you said you didn't really look too much into the Islam Makhachev fight. You kind of pushed it to the side because you didn't feel it was a good performance. So what have you done differently leading into this fight?
E quem e como é esse novo Charles? Eu sei que você falou algumas vezes sobre a luta do Islam, de você não ter assistido muito da luta, que você quer deixar isso para trás. O que significa esse novo Charles, essa nova pessoa que você está mencionando?
A luta do Islam eu nem vi, não estava lá, não era eu. O novo Charles. O Charles que algum tempo atrás estava com 6 de vitória, que queria se tornar campeão, que veio na sequência gigantesca de vitórias. Esse é o novo Charles. Um Charles faminto, um leão caçando. Esse é o time da coisa.
About that other fight, I didn't watch it. It wasn't me. I wasn't there. This is a different Charles. This is a Charles that's thirsty. The Charles that you're going to see is the Charles that you know that's thirsty for victory, that's hungry, someone who's back at it, and a lion that's always hunting. That's the Charles that you're going to see.
And just last thing from me, the narrative going into this seems to be if Beneil wins, he will be getting the title shot against Islam in Abu Dhabi. But people are saying if you win, maybe it'll be Poirier or Gaethje or Conor or something like that. Do you feel like if you win this fight, it has to be you? And I guess why do you feel that way?
Por último, sempre tem aquela narrativa de que está acontecendo agora, de que se o Beneil ganhar, ele vai diretamente para disputar o cinturão contra o Islam Makhachev. No teu caso, se você ganha essa luta no sábado, algumas pessoas falam assim, talvez não, talvez seja um Poirier, um Gaethje, alguém que vai disputar. O que você acha disso, da tua probabilidade de disputar o cinturão depois disso?
Com certeza, quem sai dessa próxima luta agora aqui é o próximo desafiante ao título, não tem por que não. Estou na fila.
Surely, I mean, whoever wins this fight this Saturday, is gonna go for the title. I'm next. I'm in line for it.
Charles, right here. A lot of people, when you posted that photo online of you in the sauna with the sweatsuit and everything, they started to maybe become nervous about your weight cut. So I have to ask, how has the weight cut been?
Muita gente acabou vendo a foto que você postou em redes sociais ali na sauna, tentando perder peso, e tem gente que fica preocupado por uma questão de peso. Só estou perguntando para você, como é que está o peso para essa luta?
É porque eu tô igual um tanque de guerra, né? Tô muito forte para a luta, né? Só por isso.
I'm just like a war tank right now. That's the reason why, because I'm very strong for the fight, okay?
Beneil was in here, and we had asked him like how he would compare his grappling to yours, and he said he was pretty confident if this was a straight up jiu-jitsu grappling match, he thinks he could beat you 9 out of 10 times, maybe 10 out of 10 times. So how would you rate Beneil's grappling in there?
O Beneil veio aqui antes hoje e perguntaram para ele sobre qual a habilidade dele no jiu-jitsu e estar numa luta de chão. E ele falou que estava muito confiante em relação ao jiu-jitsu dele. Ele disse que ganharia de você 9, 10 vezes, possivelmente de 10 e 10. Como é que você se sente em relação ao jiu-jitsu do Beneil Dariush?
Cara, de verdade, você tem que estar confiante numa luta como essa, com certeza. Ele merece todo o respeito do mundo. Eu sou um lutador de MMA, não mais um lutador de jiu-jitsu. Então eu estou pronto para lutar em todas as áreas. Se ele está tão confortável nisso que ele vem falando, ele tem toda a chance. Tem 3 áudios para tentar me botar para baixo e fazer o que ele está falando de tão conforto. Mas toma cuidado. Ele está falando simplesmente do maior finalizador da história. Só isso.
Amanda, you gotta be confident when you come into a fight like this. But I've said, in all the respect to the world for him, the one thing I've said this many times, I'm an MMA fighter. I'm a complete fighter. We're not here. I'm not a jiu-jitsu fighter. Well, if he feels so confident about his jiu-jitsu, he has 3 rounds to try to bring it down to the ground and see what's going on. And we'll see what happens.
And since you were champion, obviously, I think you became a massive star in Brazil, and it seems like your gym, Shooter Boxing, has blown up. There's a lot of fighters in the UFC now from your gym. So how has gym life been for you with this new influx of fighters here in this organization?
E depois que se tornou campeão, a gente viu uma explosão da Shooter Box. A gente viu a Shooter Box não só crescer como essa família que você menciona, mas também vários lutadores do UFC que são na Shooter Box. Como é que tem sido a vida treinando? Como é que é a vida do dia a dia de vocês? Como é que isso tem influenciado você agora que você faz parte dessa grande família?
A gente está todo mundo muito feliz, né? O mérito, com certeza, do Diego, por vir fazendo trabalho durante muitos anos, né? Tentando fazer com que a gente tivesse cada vez mais no alto nível. E hoje a gente ter praticamente 10, né, que vai estar, são 8 ao todo, mas tem mais 2 do contender que vão lutar, 10 lutadores do UFC. A gente está todo mundo muito feliz, sabendo que a gente pode conquistar mais, sabendo que a gente pode trazer mais. A gente vê a gente lutando, fazendo grandes guerras, mostrando nosso espírito que é shootbox. Então, pô, a gente está cada vez mais feliz, cada vez mais tentando estar no topo.
We were so happy. All the merit to Diego for actually getting this done. At this point right now, we have 10 fighters, actually just 8 fighters, and 2 more contender series coming up. We're putting out wars out there. It's so happy to actually see this happening, and then the evolution. We're happy to be part of this and be part of the trajectory up. Like we're seeing that every single time we're all going to the top.
And last one for me. How long did that back tattoo take on you?
Última pergunta dele, viciado em tatuagem. Quanto tempo demorou para fazer a tatuagem nas costas?
Foi 2 dias, 7 horas cada dia.
2 days, 7 hours each day. Cara dele.
Oh.
How painful was it?
E a dor, camarada?
Depois que começa, você não pode mais parar, né? Tatuagem é isso, mas foi muito complicado fazer. Mas eu tava com tanta vontade de ter o leão nas costas, tava tanta sede disso acontecer, que eu tipo só pensava no final, mas sempre todo, sabe, tipo, doeu demais.
You know, when you start a tattoo, like once it starts, you can't stop, right? But it sometimes got complicated. But you know what I thought? I thought about the end product. I thought I was going to come out. It's like I always wanted to have the full line on my back, so I got it.
How many breaks did you take during those 2 sessions?
Durante essas 2 sessões de 7 horas, 2 dias seguidos, quantas vezes você pediu arrego, pediu uma pausazinha?
Nenhum momento a gente pediu, de verdade. A gente, tipo, parava em alguns momentos que, tipo, né, o cara que tava fazendo o William da WTS, ele falava, vamos parar um pouquinho pra gente poder comer alguma coisa, sabe? Então, tipo, foi nesse time aí. Eu só queria que terminasse, só queria fazer.
I didn't ask for any breaks, actually. We didn't take any, and we only took breaks when William from CS that actually had made a tattoo, when he needed to take a break a little bit, needed to eat something. But I said, listen, I just wanted to get done and over with, man.
Charles, over here. With the fact that there is potentially a title shot on the line here next, do you feel like this should have been a 5-round fight instead of 3?
Com o fato de que essa luta é tecnicamente, e para muitas pessoas, uma luta para ter direito a disputar o cinturão. Você acha que essa luta deveria ter sido para 5 rounds?
Olha, sei lá. O UFC que decide essas coisas. Eu tô pronto para lutar 5, 3, não importa. Eu só venho lutando. Já faz muito tempo que eu não sei se eu quero dar 3 rounds. Né? Sempre eles colocam 5 rounds, mas eu nunca deixo de chegar na decisão. Então, só vamos lutar.
I mean, who knows? The UFC just scheduled it. I mean, I'm ready for 5 rounds. If it's 5 or 3, it doesn't matter. I can tell you something. Haven't fought 3 rounds in a long time. Just 3 rounds. Obviously, I haven't let it get to 3 rounds, so we'll just fight.
I know you said you didn't watch your last fight against Islam, but what did you learn the most from that fight that maybe you're bringing into this fight?
Eu sei que você não assistiu, falou que não assistiu a luta que você fez com o Islam, mas o que você aprendeu desde então até agora?
De verdade, eu só queria descansar. Só precisei descansar. Essa é a real, só precisei descansar. Eu não estava lá na luta contra o Islam, por isso que eu não assisti nem vou assistir. Então eu não posso falar que eu aprendi alguma coisa. Você aprende quando você olha. Eu não olhei em nenhum momento. Eu só simplesmente descansei. Fiquei perto das pessoas que me amam. Esse é o time.
I just wanted to rest. I've said this many times. All I wanted was to just chill, just relax. You don't learn, obviously. You don't learn anything new when you don't watch something to learn. I just needed to relax, to be close to my family, being close to the people that I love. That's what I really wanted. That's what I did.
And kind of on that note, this fight's in Vancouver. It's neutral territory. Beneil's a pretty respectful opponent. I know in your last fight, maybe the fans, there was a lot of sort of noise going into that fight. How different is this fight compared to the last one, just, with the fact that things seem a lot more mellow than last time?
Olha, Vancouver, território neutro. Você e o Beneil têm um respeito mútuo um pelo outro. Obviamente, na tua última luta, o outro estava jogando em casa, tinha o fator torcida. Aqui vocês estão num lugar muito mais tranquilo, tá bem, a atmosfera está mais calma também. Como é que você vê essa diferença de estar naquele ambiente lá e estar onde você está hoje?
De verdade, não importa muito se a torcida está contra ou a favor. Na hora que fecha a grade é você e ele. Não faz tanta diferença, lógico. Se a torcida estiver a seu favor, isso é muito importante, muito bom. Né? Aqui em Vancouver tem muita gente mandando mensagem, falando que está torcendo por mim. Eu vou dar um grande show, fazer história mais uma vez. A gente vai ser aplaudido no final.
All in all, really, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, it matter if the crowd isn't for you or against you, because when they close that gate, it's just the two of you. Obviously, it's great when the crowd is in front of you and is pushing for you and is supporting you. But at the end of the day, I mean, we're going to go up in there. By the way, I'm getting a lot of messages here in Vancouver anyway. A lot of people are getting in touch with me. We're going to go up there again. We're going to fight. We're going to make history, and you're going to see it.
How did you score that fight for Islam against Alex Volkanovski? I was curious your scorecard on that.
E na tua opinião, você que estava lá para ver Volkanovski contra Islam, como é que você marcou aquela pontuação naquela luta?
Eu acho que o Islam ganhou de verdade. Eu acho que quando você entra na divisão para você se tornar campeão, você tem que fazer algo a mais. Foi uma grande luta, foi uma grande guerra, mas para mim o Islam estava com aquele pontinho à frente pelo fato de se tornar campeão, então por isso se tornou campeão, mas foi uma grande guerra. O Volkanovski mostrou o quanto que tem um coração, o quanto que estava defendendo bem as quedas e quando caía defendia bem no chão, então foi uma grande luta.
I thought Islam won the fight. At the end of the day, throughout the fight, you saw a great warrior fighting. And think about everything that Volkanovski did. The takedown defense was great. First of all, the heart that he showed, the takedown defense all the time. And when actually he was brought down to the ground, he defended himself really well. But there was that additional point that Islam had for being a champion and for being ahead. I just felt that he was always a step ahead of Alex Volkanovski. So I thought, yeah, he won.
And just my last question, if you look at the metrics going into this fight, a lot of people seem to be more interested in this fight than the main event. What does that mean to you to have so many people, consider this maybe the uncrowned main event of this card?
A última pergunta minha muita gente, por todas as métricas de redes sociais e de engajamento, muita gente considera essa a luta mais importante do card. Como é que você se sente de ser uma pessoa tão querida, tão importante, e o fato dessa luta entre vocês ser considerada talvez na visão popular, o povo considera que essa é a grande luta da noite?
A voz do povo é a voz de Deus. Eu fico feliz, sou muito grato a isso. A palavra-chave é gratidão. Pelo quanto que as pessoas vêm gostando de mim, pelo quanto que as pessoas vêm falando no meu nome. né? Escutei muitas coisas, mas nem quero deixar isso entrar na minha cabeça, mas são coisas muito boas, né? Então eu fico feliz, por isso que eu falei, eu estou pronto para isso, eu vou dar um grande show, não só por mim, pela minha família, pela minha equipe, mas sim por todo mundo que está torcendo e vibrando pela gente.
The voice of the people is the voice of God. So obviously, I'm very happy. It's just the word that comes to mind is gratitude. Gratitude for everyone, talking about my name. I'm hearing so many things and getting so many messages. I don't want to keep it there with people. I don't want to have that in my head all the time. But let's say I'm very happy, gratitude, and very thankful for everyone. And we're going to come out there and make history once again.
Charles, just a quick one over here. When you talk about that last fight and say, that wasn't you, you weren't there, have you ever had that feeling before in your career?
Charles, quando você fala da tua última luta, você fala, não era eu não estava lá. Você teve essa sensação em alguma outra luta na tua carreira?
Nunca na minha vida. Todas as vezes eu lutei, independente de perder ou vencer, eu lutei. A pergunta fica para todos, qualquer um de vocês, quem é meu fã de verdade? Vocês viram 10% de mim lá?
Never in my life. Never. I've never had that feeling. For all of you, there are real fans of mine that admire what I do. Did you see 10% of me there at all?
Can't say that I did.
Sinceramente, posso dizer que eu não posso dizer que eu vi 10% de você lá.
Essa é real. Eu não estava lá. Simplesmente, não sei te dizer o porquê. A gente não entende os propósitos, as coisas que tem que acontecer. Simplesmente eu não estava lá.
That's it. I wasn't there. Sometimes you have no way of explaining. You don't understand why things are happening. There's a purpose for things not happening or happening, but I wasn't there, man.
So it wasn't a feeling of being maybe a little burnt out or anything like that?
E não era então uma sensação que você estava cansado, talvez tinha trabalhado demais ou não?
Olha, de verdade, eu não sei. Eu não sei. Simplesmente eu não estava lá. Não era eu lutando. Quantas vezes vocês viram tomar knockdown, bater e levantar? Quantas vezes vocês viram fazer guerra, sangrar e continuar andando para frente? Não era eu. Por isso eu nunca assisti, nunca vou assistir. Simplesmente não era eu. Ele é um grande oponente, ele é um grande lutador, merece todo o respeito do mundo, mas não era eu.
I don't know, man. It just wasn't me. How many times have you seen me get knocked down and come back up? How many times have you seen me bleed and come back and do things? He is a great fighter. All respect to him. He's a warrior. But I have not watched it. I'm not going to watch it. Simply, it wasn't me.
And last one for me then. How different is the feeling that you have ahead of this fight?
Última pergunta minha. E quão diferente é a sensação que você está tendo e o sentimento que você tem em relação a essa luta de hoje comparado com a anterior?
Olha, de verdade, eu tô faminto. Eu quero demais essa vitória, sabe? Quem olha pra mim e vê o quanto que eu tô feliz, o quanto que eu quero ela, sabe? Tipo, eu cheguei aqui diferente. Eu vou buscar essa vitória, não importa como, eu vou caçar esse cara o tempo inteiro. Eu respeito ele demais, mas eu vou caçar ele o tempo inteiro. Se queria uma guerra, a guerra chegou.
Sincerely, I'm hungry. I'm happy. Everybody that sees me sees how happy I am to be here. I'm hungry. I'm going to go after this guy. I mean, I have all the respect in the world for him, but I'm going to go after him. I'm going to hunt him all the time. He wanted war, wars come.
Obrigado.
Considering you've been in there with both Dustin Poirier and Justin Gaethje, I'm just curious how you feel the rematch goes down.
Considerando que você já esteve numa guerra com Justin Gaethje e com Dustin Poirier, como é que você acha que vai ser aquela luta?
De novo, com certeza, uma grande guerra entre os dois. São dois caras duríssimos, lutas são lutas, né? Então, é uma luta que eu quero assistir, é uma luta que eu quero estar muito próximo para poder ver. São dois caras que merecem todo o respeito pela história que tem. Vai ser uma grande guerra.
Surely going to be a war once again. It's a fight. They're going to do what they do best, is just go to war. It's a fight that I'm interested in. I want to watch it. And once again, they're going to put on a fight, man.
And last one, who do you think's going to win in the main event?
That one?
Yeah. Okay. Main event. This event.
This event, you said? Yeah. Oh, sorry, that's what I meant. E agora falando da luta deste final de semana, só porque ele falou o evento principal, achei que você palpite. Quem que você acha que vai ganhar no nosso evento principal da noite do 289?
Com certeza, a torcida vai para o Brasil, para Amanda, mas tem que ter todo o respeito, porque a adversária dela é uma adversária duríssima, tem uma trocação boa, tem um jiu-jitsu bom, tem um coração gigantesco. Então a Amanda tem que tomar todo o cuidado do mundo, mas tem que ser a Amanda de sempre, andando para frente, botar na mão dura e fazendo aquele jiu-jitsu dela de sempre.
Of course, rooting for Brazil. Amanda. She has to have all the respect in the world for an opponent that's tough, comes in with the heart, puts her hand into opponents, very strong on the ground as well. But it has to be Amanda. It has to be the Amanda that we know, always going forward, always pressing forward. It has to be going after.
Question to your left. You spoke to it sort of a moment ago, but in the countdown for this pay-per-view coming up, you mentioned that you're at a part in your career where it's important to be happy. You're making a point to your most important thing is just maintain a certain happiness as you go into fight week. So now that you're a couple days away from that, have you been able to maintain that same sort of mindset now just a couple of days out from the fight?
Voltando ao documentário do Countdown para esse evento, tem alguns momentos nas entrevistas que fizeram com você, um momento aqui ou ali, que você fala da importância de ser feliz, da importância de ser uma pessoa alegre e estar feliz com o que você está fazendo. Você se sente feliz de estar aqui, obviamente? Como é que você tem conseguido manter esse nível de felicidade que você teve no teu descanso? E como é que você está? Como é que está a tua felicidade para começar?
Com certeza, se mantendo perto das pessoas que realmente gostam de você, perto das pessoas que realmente amam você, que querem estar junto de você na sua felicidade, trazendo grandes coisas, tentando te empurrar os problemas para longe. É assim que a gente mantém a nossa felicidade, fazendo aquilo que a gente ama, sabe, curtindo a vida, vivendo feliz, acreditando no propósito de Deus.
Surely being able to be close to people that continue to make you happy and help your happiness. They're the people that shove the problems away. They're the people that keep your spirits up. They're the ones that are right next to you, and that they never, even in defeat, they're always with you. Always with them, always with people that you love, always being happy, and always believing in a purpose from God.
We got to watch on UFC Embedded his horse win last week, so I want to ask him, was that the first time one of his horses has won a race, and the excitement level of watching his horse race compared to him having his success in the octagon? How does that compare, the rush of that?
A gente viu no Embedded, outro documentário também, que o cavalo ganhou. O cavalo ganhou recentemente. Primeiro que essa foi a primeira vez que ganhou, essa é a primeira pergunta. E segundo, como é que com a comparação, você agora que tem essa paixão e participa disso ativamente, como é a comparação de ter esse sucesso fazendo isso com a tua trajetória no octógono também tendo sucesso como lutador?
Olha, de verdade, correr cavalo é muito importante para mim, é minha paixão, né? Tudo aquilo que o atleta faz, o cavalo também faz, porque ele é um atleta, ele trabalha todos os dias como eu trabalho, ele faz a banheira de gelo como eu também faço, ele toma suplementação como eu também tomo, ele sabe o dia que ele vai correr, como eu também sei o dia que eu vou lutar. Então é muito importante a gente estar nesse time junto, porque primeiro de tudo que é a minha paixão, né? E você poder correr e poder estar nesse time gigante. Dia 10 agora, que é o dia da luta, o meu cavalo volta a correr de novo, é a final da Champions e a minha luta. Então, olha só, são 3 coisas ao mesmo tempo, gigante, então eu estou feliz demais, é muito importante isso para mim.
Foi a primeira vez que o teu cavalo ganhou?
Não, isso aí, eu já venho ganhando um monte já. Já tô ganhando um monte.
So, no, it was not the first time. I've been waiting for the horse. Been waiting for quite some time. It's important because, first of all, the feeling. Look at the comparison between my horse and which is a passion for me now that I'm actively in it. So. The horse is an athlete and works every day. I work every day. The horse is working every day. I take cold baths. That horse takes ice baths as well. There's supplementation for the athlete. There's supplementation for the horse too. And this Saturday, my horse is going to race again for the final Gems, and I'm going to be here. So all these 3 things at the same time, races again for something, and I'm going to be here. So it's a very important moment. I've been taking it all in. So it's going to be great things on Saturday.
Lastly, Vancouver's home to both a thoroughbred racing track as well as a harness racing track. Does he ever take the time to visit other horses and facilities where he fights, and will he spend some time here in Vancouver doing that?
Só para você saber, uma última coisa dele, Vancouver é a casa não só de um jockey clube importante de corrida de cavalo aqui puro sangue, mas também de corrida de harness, como você bem conhece. Você, quando vai para outros lugares e viaja, você tem visitado os lugares onde tem, talvez pensando algum dia para levar cavalinho em algum lugar?
Com certeza, quando a gente tem oportunidade, a gente sabe, quando a gente consegue ir, prestigiar, olhar, a gente sempre está tendo essa oportunidade, a gente sempre vai poder, sabe, estar mais próximo, poder curtir. Mas até o momento eu não tive essa oportunidade. Agora aqui, eu simplesmente estou focado na luta, tentando treinar todos os dias, focar no meu corte de peso, focar na luta, mas sempre quando a gente tem oportunidade, com certeza a gente vai.
Yes, every time we're somewhere, we like to visit the locations. We always like to pay respect to the other places and other types of races. Obviously, have not been able to do this year because I'm focused on the fight and focused on cutting my weight. But every time I have a chance and we get a chance, we go and visit. Yes.
Combine the number of times USADA showed up at their home, probably early in the morning, it's in excess of 100 times. And that is not easy. I challenge everybody, if you wake up early in the morning and turn over and look at your clock and it's 6 a.m., think about somebody knocking on your door to begin a biological sample collection process. It's not easy, and these women have done it over 100 times and been perfect at it. So thank you, Amanda, for what you do, for setting an example, for the world of what clean sport looks like. And it's my pleasure to present you with a 75-time pin in that little box there if you want to open it. And thank you for everything that you do. It's in the black box there. There you go. Awesome. So a couple pictures here. All right, that one. Thanks, Amanda. Congratulations.
Hey, Amanda. Great.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Congrats on getting the 75 pins there for 75 clean tests. Do you have a testing moment that stood out to you? Maybe something that was super inconvenient, or anything that stands out as maybe a weird moment from all these USADA tests over the years?
No, really. I'm kind of disappointed. Best friend with the girl that's always go there to do my test. Every time she go test me or Nina, we have a great talk. She's kind of friend now. So I never have a bad experience with her. It's pretty cool.
Okay, and you've been in the UFC since before this program came around, right? Do you feel like it's accomplished its goal in cleaning up the sport? Do you feel like there's less people using banned substances than there was before USADA came around?
Yes, definitely. It's very important because I take care of my body, in the right way, natural and everything, and I want to compete with a girl that's the same. So this is very important for for everybody can see I'm clean too, you know. And I'm powerful. Doesn't mean I need anything else to make me powerful. So I'm clean, and I can knock people out like that too. I can prove it.
And you had another face-off yesterday or today with Irene on the waterfront and stuff. Did you see anything different in that stare-down with her compared to the one you guys did last month?
No, it's just like see her again, you know, make couple things for the fans, can see ours too, like for you guys too. And it's not about us, it's all about you guys.
When for you, because you're very respectful towards her, you're obviously a very nice person, but when does the flip switch to you to this person is trying to take this belt away from me and I need to obviously, do damage to her in the cage?
When I signed the contract, when I signed the contract, the line modes started, So, and from there, I never stopped thinking like, I gotta protect my belt, I never gonna sleep in any opponent ever again.
And in the last fight, you finally won a title back, right? You haven't done that in a long time. You've just been defending them. So it's a first defense of the second title reign, right? Like, do you look at this differently than the first reign you had, or does it just feel like a continuation?
Yeah, it's a continue. I like to compete, so be here is just like a blessing to me. I love it, the fight week. I love everything involved to be a fighter. So it's just compete in my life, it driving me forward, and it's that.
What is your motivation right now? Because you did that interview where you said you'd considered retirement after the first Juliana fight, and I think people kind of freaked out, being like, is she 1 foot out the door, or like, where is she? So can you just maybe, to anyone who has doubts about your mindset or your motivation, explain to them where you are right now mentally?
Yeah, like when you hold the belt for so long and then lost that thing, like you get sad and you don't know what you do, honestly, because you work so hard. I work my whole life for that thing, and then see go away like that with somebody that I know I'm better, and that was hard to see, to watch it after and everything. But like for a couple moments, I walk and then like I was like a little confused about the whole thing, But like soon I got home, because I drive back and I take a couple days to be at home, and I always think about a lot of things, what I can do, what I have to change, I think a lot of things, and I decided no retire, because leave my belt with Juliana, no way. Can be with somebody else, but with Juliana, no. So, and I know I can kick her ass, anytime I won. That day was like a day I'm taking, like, she's supposed to like win that day, I'm supposed to make the mistake that I make to fight without being really in my great shape, and I pay for, and I never is gonna do that again, ever. So, yeah, I was confused a little bit, but like soon I got my foot in the floor, I got home, and everything was always ready to go. My mindset was like ready to get the belt back and never lose again. So now I'm here, motivated as a lioness, ready to go through the jungle. My spirit's so strong and everything else, so I'm ready to go.
And I remember you told me a few years ago, like, you wanted to stay in the sport until your children were old enough to like fully understand what you're doing here and appreciate the greatness. Is that still kind of the goal? Do you feel like there's many years ahead, or as you kind of said there, would be fine leaving the belt with someone who's not Juliana? Is it a fight-by-fight thing now?
Yeah, I leave that open, to decide, letting my mind, my body after each fight from now on, whatever I decided to stop is going to be inside the cage. I don't know, anytime I have that answer in set, when I'm done inside the cage. So I always was in that moment that I always think like I have everything that I need, and I work hard for my belts and everything, but I always felt that I was missing something, my heart always was empty, and I always try to find what is the love that I need. I dream with my belts, I have my belts, what I needed. So when Reagan's born, I find out that was what I was missing, be a mother. That love, be able to raise a child is amazing. And I love so much to be a mommy that I have another one now coming.
And just last thing for me, Raquel Pennington is actually here as like the backup, right? Do you put any thought into your mind of like if something crazy happens the next couple days with Irene, like preparing for someone else or a change of opponent? Like, do you put any concentration?
No, I don't think anything's gonna happen. It's gonna be a runner. We're gonna face him in that night, you know. So obviously, Rock is here. You know, I think it's cool. Have somebody else line up, but like nothing's gonna happen. It's gonna be Aldana for sure.
Amanda in the front right here. Irene was in here earlier, and you've essentially been the champion her entire UFC career, and she said she had been studying and preparing to fight you even before you had won the belt. So was she always on your radar as a future opponent even before you fought for the title?
I always think about her too, you know. The Lions don't sleep, you know. So I was training for her actually because I know I'm supposed to be her, you know. And me and Nina always think about it because they talk about Juliana, all those things, but like I always think about like the Mexican right now have like a good run, you know. They might think about it, put Aldana. So we started training for her right away. And when I got a call, with Juliana. So, but I was training for Aldana already. When everything changed, at the end and become Aldana, I was ready for her already.
She said she had thought there would be a moment even before you fought for the title that you guys would probably be matched up even way back then. So were you aware of her back then too, and were you watching her?
She lost. I don't think she was really, she's supposed to, but like her fights no always a fight that like, oh my God, she's the next, you know? That's why UFC put somebody else in front of her. If she impressed them, for sure we would be able to fight. But she not always impressed back then to face me. But now, not having anybody else, so she's still not impressed. But I'm not asleep on her, and I like to fight somebody else new, and I like the challenge she brings to me.
And last question for me. Charles was in here, and he's such a massive star in Brazil. Was there ever a moment in your career that like that's what you wanted, like to be such a mega star in Brazil?
No, that never was something that I want. I want to be a double champion, you know. Never was a thought in my mind to become stars. I tell Nina all the time, like, I want to be able to go everywhere, you know. I want to be able to I want to be able to be normal and chase my dream and have my belts and be, actually, my life right now is perfect. It's exactly how I want, you know. And I'm happy for him, you know, if this is what he likes to do, this is great for him. But I love how everything in my life is set up right now.
Amanda, back here at the very back. Welcome to Vancouver.
Thank you.
You talked about your family. You've got both belts again. You've been on a dominant run. Do you feel this is your perfect life that you're living right now? It couldn't get any better?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, I just will have to carry that, you know, on. And if you have anything else out there I can do, I feel like the life is going to show me, you know, like always. Everything that's happened in my career, I didn't know is going to happen, you know. The only thing that I know, I'm going to get the belts, you know, the 2 belts. But anything else, all the records that I break is like, what the life show me, you know. And I was following and get everything done. But, yeah, I carry on like that right now, and I have everything that I needed.
Have you allowed yourself to process the fact that you're one of the greatest at what you've done? And to give an example, when I told my wife that I was coming here today, she was excited that I was going to be able to interview you today. She's a casual MMA fan, but you've transcended the sport where you have people like her excited to watch your success and enjoy your success. Have you figured that out about what you've been able to do? And has it hit you deep down inside that you had that effect on people?
Yeah, a lot of people come up to me and then tell me exactly what you tell me. And I think this is cool, you know. This is what I love to hear. And I be able to be in people's life like that and be able to get people to watch MMA if they don't are a huge fan, but like just because of me, they like me and then they can watch it. I think this is amazing. You know, making me happy, means a lot to me. And I feel like this is one of the things that really drive me forward in this sport as well. to see people that never watch MMA fall in love just because see me fight and see me talk or like me because who I am with everything that I did in my life, you know, coming from Brazil, from a small city, you know. I don't know, a lot of people when go there with me, say like, how people find you here, you know? Back then, now the city is a little big, but back then it was like almost nothing. It was more like a jungle, a little city around. So I feel like if I did, I have a lot of little girls out there can do. So that make me happy to hear when I see people tell me those things.
You have a wife, you have second child on the way. To share the journey with them, how much has the journey changed because of that? And is it even more special?
Even more special. And change it for better. Every fight week for me before Reagan always was like very hard because I stay there in a room sometimes and don't do anything, you know, like it was always boring. And I always like, let's go away, let's go do something, let's go here and there. So I always try to fill that empty space that I have. And now, see, like make me laugh. So this is how it is, guys. This is my fight week, you know, with a lot of love and like things to do, discipline her, you know, read a book and do everything like I do at home. So this is making me the fight week enjoyable.
Okay, last question. My wife said, okay, when you ask her this, please ask this for me. You're in a beautiful city, one of the most beautiful cities in North America. Do you get to enjoy it with your family? Will you spend a little bit extra time, or have you seen some of our family, of our city with your family?
Say it again?
Will you enjoy Vancouver? Have you been enjoying our city? That was the question my wife wanted to ask.
Oh, okay.
Do you get to enjoy the city, and have you been enjoying our city?
Yeah, we went around a little bit, but like I'm pretty sure I'm gonna stay 2 more days to do that, you know. My schedule is pretty busy this weekend, but like we went to a couple restaurants, amazing. The city is beautiful. I went for a good run too, and I was be able to see the combination of the mountains and the water is like unbelievable. So, and I just think he's beautiful. This is my second time here, but the first time, walk around a little bit, see everything. It's pretty cool.
Amanda, over here.
Tell your wife I say hi.
Tell Monique you say hi.
Not looking past Saturday night, but is your understanding that Juliana Pena will fight the winner of this, or could it be Raquel Pennington because she's the backup for this fight?
Neither. Yeah. You know what I mean? I feel like either of them, one of them is like is right there, you know, to fight for the belt. So I'm gonna be ready for them.
Is it possible Mayra Silva, she's fighting Holly Holm, if she gets a win, is there a possibility of her maybe getting a title shot? Because a win over Holly would be pretty big for the division.
I don't think so right now.
No?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Irene's teammate, Alexa Grasso, defeated an opponent that you fought twice, Valentina Shevchenko. Were you surprised by that win, or did you feel like Alexa had a chance going into that fight?
I'm always surprised, you know. I fought Valentina when she was in her prime, you know. And we both was growing, you know. In our last fights, we both was growing as a fighter, you know. And it's like Valentina have a lot of holes that I can see, you know. I wasn't be able to do, you know, back then, but I see how Alex Grasso will be able to finish her.
And then Valentina said a lot of times that she thinks a third fight between the two of you will happen at some point. But with her losing, do you think you'll probably never fight her again?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I think have a lot of noise in the 135 right now. I don't think UFC is gonna stop and then go back with that Valentina thing. That's no sell nothing, you know. So.
And I don't know if you've been asked this before. It's been a while, but Kayla Harrison's is coming off a loss. She hasn't fought in a while. I know there was some talk about her fighting you and all this. What advice would you give to her? Because you've had losses before as well, too. Is there anything you would say to her about having that first defeat and not being undefeated anymore?
She's going to learn it, you know. She just got here, so she will learn it.
Amanda, just, wondering, Irene's had a few weight issues in the past. She's missed 135 a few times.
She did it?
Yeah, and she's had a fight at 140 at catchweight a few times as well. Any concern just with that information that she makes weight on Friday?
I will fight her. I don't have a problem. Not for the belt, though. The belt's gonna be a decide save, but like I will face her.
So you will face her, but won't put
Yeah.
the belt on the line.
Yeah,
That's
I will face Aldana.
Gotcha. And you mentioned just when you were talking about Juliana Pena and that day where she won the belt from you, you were saying anyone but Juliana. Why anyone but Juliana that day?
What happened?
You mentioned that day when you lost the belt to Juliana Pena, like you couldn't stomach the fact that she beat you, but you could have maybe dealt with somebody else beating you. Why? I guess why was it so hard, Juliana specifically beating you? Why was that hard to stomach or swallow?
She's not that good, you know. She's not that good. That was hard to swallow, you know. She's crazy. She's like, go forward and then punch and then like just being tough. She have the belt, you know. She can get hit, and no, it's like no way. I knew I'm gonna go back there and then get the belt again, you know. So it's not always down the second fight. I'm gonna get my belt back. So and I did it.
So trilogy isn't on the table, do you think, in the event that you retain and she wants to fight you again?
Like I fight her again for sure after this, no problem at all.
When you talk to Juliana, does it sometimes like annoy you that you beat her so conclusively in the second fight, but she still says, "Oh, I made you go southpaw. I changed the space striker." Do you sit there and you get frustrated, or what do you think when you hear those things?
She make me better. Like this is MMA. If she stick with her style, I'm sorry, you're gonna be gone soon. I'm like evolve all the time. Yeah, I can strike with my both stand. I can wrestle you. My wrestle is better than yours. You could stop. My ground is better than yours. If you attack anything, I can defend. I'm stronger. So I'm better than you everywhere. You're gone. You're gone.
Amanda, to your left. When the fight with Pena was originally announced, it was met with somewhat of an eye roll from a lot of fans, and I'm wondering if you felt that too. Like, this is one of the rare times where an injury replacement happens, and fans seem more excited for Aldana than they did for Pena.
Everything can happen. The training for a championship fight so intense, especially training to fight me. And especially like how she went down second fight, and when the replace came, I feel like everybody, like even the fans, was very happy about it. They want to see this fight happen. They want to go watch here in Vancouver. They wanted this main event. So I saw a lot of things, a lot of bad comment when they closed me and Juliana, and people don't want. And so when everything changed, everybody got happy about it.
Are you more motivated? Are you more excited for this fight?
I am, I'm motivated. If it was Juliana too, I would be too, because the compete is what makes me excited. So no matter what, who step in front of me, that makes me excited.
And last one for me, you talked about Reagan and obviously another child on the way. Are the training camps harder because now you have to be away from your family when you are in camp?
No, actually, my gym have a pretty good setup. I make everything to have my family with me if they want. But like Reagan go to school too, So now she's 2, and it's more easy to do because she with ties all the time. She's in school, but like I make the gym. She have a huge space upstairs to play around if she wants. So it's not a problem at all. Have my family with me all the time. I make the way to good for everybody, And training is something that would never bother me, because me and Nina is a team, If I cannot handle Reagan in that moment, she can handle. So and we go back and forth like that. Sometimes her dad too help us, like stay with Reagan a little bit. He loved to stay with Reagan. Who don't love to stay with Reagan? So, and yeah, I don't see like myself go away for so long. I always tell UFC, like, if you guys gonna take me somewhere, they have to come with me, Reagan, because a child, like in two days, they like changed so much. Nina went to Disney with her for 2 days, and then I was stay home to keep training. And then when she come back home, she was speaking like things that I never expected. So like, see, imagine in 1 week I'm far away, like no way. So, and yeah, I go everywhere with them. I love to have them around me, and 10 years together, me and Nina, without go anywhere apart of each other. So we good together. We are best friends too.
Very cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question right here, Amanda. Oh, sorry. Right here. You were just talking about your gym that you're running now yourself. You're now 1-0 when running your own camp under your new gym. Just wondering, has there been any challenges or any lessons learned, even though you were victorious in the one fight under? Have you learned anything since doing that experience, running your own camp?
You know, the challenge, I thought it was going to be a challenge to put the gym together, you know, because I never did it before. I know I was in a lot of gym, and I see how crazy it is to put a gym together. But, like, when things started coming together, I was, like, surprised. I said, like, this is meant to be, you know. I supposed to, like, go in my own like that. I supposed to open my gym. And the space was, like, a blessed space, you know, was a space that I was surprised, you know. I always tell Nina, like, I want a building that have, like, tall ceilings, all those things. So when we got in the place, it was exactly what I want. And I put the gym together and challenge only with the training partner. They want to kick my ass and make me better. So I feel like the challenge that I get is for my training partners.
You've also mentioned since that you've sort of have a renewed spirit since starting up this new gym. Can you put into words exactly what it is about opening up your new gym that's giving you this renewed motivation? Yeah,
when it's something that's yours, you know who is going all the time, who is going to train you, who nobody's allowed inside, only you, who you want. When I open the door every day of the studio, is like, it's not only a gym, it's a sanctuary, you know. Have all my posters in the wall, all the things that's motivating me to really move forward and everything. So I feel like that is what is, like, really keeping me in my toes, you know. When you'll be able to really, like, get comfortable, and I don't say, like, as much, like, scared, but, like, you want to walk in a place and feel good, you know, feel threat, you know, and you want to have the coach for you. You know, when you become a champion, like, you always want your coach, and you want to be with your training closely, you know, very closely. When you see your coach train the other girls, and the girls, it can be my future opponent, that was another level of thoughts, you know. So this guy helped me to become who I am, and help another girl to beat me maybe one day, you know. That was, like, if you think about it, like, they might not think about that in that way. But as a champion, I see my coach training this girl that's talking about me, that's one of my belt, and they still, like, give some advice to her. If maybe one day we face it. So you don't think, like, that little energy she have for my coach would help her to get these things, you know what I mean? So, but this is one thing of me, you know. A lot of fighters can think different. So when I started get really bother me that much, I decided to make some adjustment, you know. It's like people do whatever they want, but, like, I do it my way. I know it's good for me.
Amanda, to the right here. Hi. Yeah. So, Amanda, June is Pride Month in Canada, which celebrates the LGBTQ plus community. How happy are you to fight on this stage and represent that community during Pride Month?
It's pretty cool. I take it that way. Like, I take it as smooth as possible, and I feel like I live my life the way I love to. I feel like that is a good way to put this out there. You know, I'm not in tune that much, you know, in the community, obviously, but, like, I really love to be able to represent, you know, as, like, being myself, be with my family, be happy, you know, live, respect people respect me. A lot of people asking me, like, why you not be more into the community, all those things, help more. Like, I say, like, you gotta respect my position, you know. I do good things, so that is a good way to already help the community to, be respected by others. If I respect people living my life, I feel like that is gonna help other people to look up to everybody in a different way. So, and yeah, I feel like in that way now, step in the cage in the Pride Month is pretty cool. I'm very excited, and if I be able to help the way I like to help, I feel good about it.
Thank you.
Good.
Right here, man.